Boop, 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 boop. Hello, hello, hello. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to another CreamCatCorner stream. Um, yeah, we're back. We're back again in Carto. I want to say Carto. And I'm guessing this is from what I can guess from my gameplay so far, I think we are reaching the last chapter of the game. So hopefully we are within the time limit of our stream today. But if we are to finish this game early, I'm not sure what I'm gonna do. We'll see. Um, we'll cross the bridge when we get there, okay? But for now, let's get into the game. Chapter 6, The Forest. So the last time we played this game, we reached the house, not the house, the storyteller hut. And we read a storybook about our grandmother who is searching for us. She is trapped. No, not trapped. There is a volcano eruption warning from the storybook, and we are gonna try to prevent that. At least that's what I remembered. Let's go. I don't know. Let's just see how it goes. Oh, just 1 week of me not playing games. My brain is mush. Okay, we are back again in this dark material world. I still don't understand what is the function of all of this. Do I go here? I don't know, man. I don't know. Wait, did we go to the southern side of this map? Oh, snap. Yep. Chirp, absent, but vultures see. Northeast, mother. Northeast with haste. Okay, northeast. So should be around. This is mother, right? The center one is mother. North. East. So let's go explore first. Nip is looking for Chirp from one of the bigger trees. Maybe you can help? Okay. Whoop. Wrong button. Uh-oh. Okay. The volcano path is elsewhere. Okay, let's see if I am right. Northeast. Should be around here somewhere. Wait. Am I doing the right thing? I don't know, but we'll explore the whole area. Okay, let's go. Hello? A large stone with strange symbol. Oh, that is a volcano on a rock. Interesting. You gently splash some water on your face. Earthy. Oh, birds. Hello? That is a kingfisher bird. At least that's what I think it is. Oh. Hello there. My dear girl, welcome back. The forest hasn't been the same without you. I know my tenure has ended, but I can't bear to live just yet. Grrr. I'm not talking about you, furball. Anyways, Chirp still needs some teaching, and I am enjoying the company of these animals. The volcano? That's a dangerous place, kiddo. But if you really want to go there, I think there's a tunnel underground. Mother's roots spread far, connecting places in unexpected ways. Maybe Chirp can tell you more. He's the new watcher after all. Though I haven't seen him in a while. Come to think of it, perhaps the other messenger know more about that? Oh my god, yes, I'm trying to find him. He's missing. Hello? How north? Okay, this is harsh. How far northeast do you want? Is this northeast enough? I'm not even sure what I'm doing is right or wrong, but we'll experiment a bit. I'm guessing it has to do with the bird. Oh, okay. Hello? Hi ho. Welcome. Hello. Wait. Oh my god. Already I misread things. Well, hello again. Nice to have you back in the forest. Don't mind me. I'm just hauling water. A job for the strongest messenger. The others are looking for Chirp, but someone has to keep us all hydrated. Well, that is correct. I forgot your name, but you are correct in keeping everyone hydrated. In fact, everyone, if you are able to, stay hydrated, okay? Okay, that is a waste of time. Okay, I'm guessing it has to do with the bird, the kingfisher bird. Okay, so has to do with that. Okay, let's see which one has this one. Which I remember that there's some that has it. There it is. So this section with the fireplace is next. And we have this side by side. Whoops. Whoops. Interesting, interesting. Am I doing this right? Okay, we have that. Please tell me this is right. What? Wait, what? Okay, so... Okay, okay. Wait. I am confused. Okay, so this one is correct. Whoops. Interesting, interesting. I... Okay, wait. Really, there's something, some clues. Okay, wait. Let me think about this. So we have the bird. The bird is let's see. The bird is only present if you are on a specific set of pathways, right? This is weird. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna talk to one of the messenger, which is going to be the old one here. Yeah. Oh god. Any log finding chirp? No. Come on. I thought you were gonna... Can I hug the bear? No. Okay, let's go talk to the vulture. Hmm. Yep, right? I forgot. Okay, you need to help. Northeast Mother Tree. Nice boots. Oh, thank you. Am I stupid? Northeast. So this should be here, right? Do I need to go specifically there? Northeast Mother. Ah, I thought I already go northeast, but in this game, I presume everything from the map placement is gonna be crucial. It is the whole mechanic after all. Okay, northeast. Hello, Vigor. Hello, hello. Welcome back. I am stuck in this puzzle. I'm hard stuck. Hmm. Please tell me I'm not an idiot. So there should be... What? Oh god, I am stuck. Okay, okay. Come on. Think. Overall, how am I? I am good. Thank you. A little bit busy. A little bit busy, but I do get some rest. Uh, Not as much as I want, but I do get some rest. Better than nothing, right? I'm confused. Should I do this? I'm not even sure if I'm doing the right thing or not. So the bird only comes out in a specific map orientation. You managed to do a speed run? Ooh, what kind of speed run? Terraria, I'm guessing? Okay, wait. Wait. Northeast. The map that I'm making right now is northeast, right? This is northeast, right? Or am I just imagining stuff? Oh my god. Okay, wait. I'm not even sure. I'm just putting stuff. Oh, you managed to do speedrun on the first boss called Eye of Cthulhu. Whoa, okay. Nice, nice. How long did that took you? Since you are talking about speedrun, right? I'm guessing it quite a short amount of time. I am confused. Really confused right now. Wait, what? What is this? Okay, so these birds are side by side. Wait. Nothing. Come on, man. You got 1 hour and 3 minutes, which means if you get accepted from speedrun.com, you will go past the last person. Oh man, congratulations! At least you got into the speedrun. Um, what is it called again? Leaderboard? Is that the right term? You managed to get into the leaderboard. Not in the leaderboard yet, but if it got accepted, you will be in the leaderboard, right? Well, congratulations then. Yo, that is a huge achievement. At least you managed to do something. Whereas I am right now am hard stuck in this game. Oh gosh, I come on. Shouldn't be this hard, but here I am getting stuck in the game. Okay, so the bird is missing. You're lucky for the amount of chests you found. Ooh. To be honest, you got lucky with the ores and the uncommon weapon. Well, RNG is on your side then. Congratulations again. Then I read ores as Oreo. Oh gosh. After 45 failed tries, well, you are certainly persistent. I'll have to give you that. You are very persistent. And look at what it gets you. Finally, right? Finally. So confused right now. What am I supposed to do here? Like that? Wait, there must be something here. A pattern. Something that I'm not missing. You uploaded your speedrun on your YouTube channel. Ooh, you never told me about your YouTube channel. Do let me know. Yeah, you didn't. Did you? I already forgot actually. I think I haven't heard about it. Otherwise, I usually put a shout out to people that I interacted with if they are available on my YouTube video description. We have 483 subscribers now. Woo! Nice, nice. Yeah, do let me know about your channel. No one can pronounce your YouTuber channel's name correctly. Oh no. Okay. Hopefully I can at least get close. You might change the name. Okay. Okay, what am I going to do here? I am confused as hell right now. I th I thought I am doing the right thing, but apparently I'm not. Interesting, interesting. Uh, the the name of your channel is um. Now I'm nervous in saying your channel name. I'm gonna try. Epic Pork Cuppies 09. That it? I'm guessing that's how you pronounce it. Epic Pork Cuppies 09. Hmm. Northeast. Kinda. Oh, nice. Okay, let's see. From the map, northeast. How northeast do I have to build? Okay, let's see. Is this not right? The right way? Do I have to combine all that? Come on, man. Confused. I'm not sure if I'm doing this correct or not. Okay. You also have your Discord link in the speedrun video to the description. Oh, okay, okay. I'll be sure to have a look then. Exciting news, exciting. How many birds do we have? We have one. Ooh, you have a video that has 36k views and 645 likes. Nice, nice. Come on, please. I am supposed to... Couldn't be this difficult, but here I am struggling. And to that video, they put an ad. You have add to your video. Oh, ooh, interesting. So, I'm guessing you are the one that put it on not just YouTube. Sometimes YouTube does that. They put ads on a video without giving any incentive to the video creator. YouTube just put the ad. Okay, that's oh god. Yeah, YouTube kind of, that is the downside of YouTube right now. Come on. But you think that's good, which means once you get to 1k sub, you will start getting paid, right? Yeah, you're right, you're right. The starting one is always the hardest one, right? I hope you get to 1k soon, especially if you manage to get into the leaderboard for the speedrun. I'm sure people will flock to your channel soon. Come on, I'm 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 confused right now. Okay, so we have that. Oh! Wait, what? Didn't I put this configuration before? Hello? Interesting. Okay, I am confused. Okay, and what's next? Hello? Do I need to go down or something? Shoot, I don't know, man. I don't know. All I know is I'm gonna... Come on. Okay. Should have something, right? Let's talk to the vulture guy. I'm really confused. Northeast mother. How can I go even more northeast? Oh god, okay. Northeast mother. Northeast mother. How can I make it even more northeast? Wait, what? Do I need to go specifically here? The video only missed one thing, a thumbnail. Oh man. Uh did you not make a custom thumbnail for your videos? I'm guessing I need to do it here. God, okay. Right. Not even sure if that's the right way. So this is supposed to be northeast. Hopefully I'm right. You are making one now. Woo! Yeah, making thumbnail is hard. Oh! Okay, this... I call BS on that. I made this before. And what? What? Can I... Oh, there it is. Hooty tooty. Chirp, very glad to see you again. Though Chirp's been hiding, needed a break from watching Mother grow. She is very slow and very quiet. Tell Chirp of your travels. Have you visited other forests? Perhaps met someone who likes watching tree? Someone who needs a job? The volcano? Chirp visited once when he was a sprout. Not sure how to get there though. Perhaps Chirp can ask the wildwood. Old Watcher has been teaching Chirp a bit of tree tongue. Rustle, 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 rustle. Ah. The wildwood says something about a bee and a witch. A bitch, if you may. How exciting. Chirp is still learning. Apparently, they say a tree has an itch. Not sure what it means, but maybe you can stretch it, scratch it. Chirp will draw you a reminder. What? Oh man. The poor tree. Oh man. Chirp, suppose it's time to rejoin Mother now. Everyone can stop looking for Chirp. I'll see you there. Ugh. Badum tish. Okay, okay. Okay, do I go to the tree again? Mother tree? Is it this one? No. Let's go to this mother tree first. Mother? Mother. Mother was very understanding of Chirp's absence. Did you find an itchy tree to scratch? I bet it looks just like Chirp's drawing. Chirp, you're not helping. Oh gosh. Okay. Oh! Oh! The tree! Okay, I see it. I see it. Okay. Oh man, yes. Thank you, Chirp. Everyone say thank you, Chirp. A small hole behind the tree, blocked by a thick branch. Oh my god, I see it. They look like they are scratching. The tree stump does look like a pair of eyes and an open mouth. The branches blocking the hole are too heavy to move yourself. Oh my god, it is. Wait, 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 wait. Wait. Oh my god, it is. Look at it. Look at it. And what? They did say that there's a bear, right? Okay, let's do this. Come on, come on. Ah, maybe this. Something about the bear, right? The old watcher and the bear. Up to the old watcher. Looks like the new watcher really has you on a goose chase. Can't say it makes a lick of a sense to me, but what do I know? I'm just an old watcher now. I can't keep up with you kids. Interesting. Oh, hello? Oh. Ah. Okay, now the tree doesn't need any scratching. Interesting, interesting. Oh man, this... Oh, oh. I, Oof. This again. This again. So I'm guessing I need to go here. To the white spot, right? I don't know, man. I'm so confused. There must be something that I can fit. No. 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 Also no. Okay, let's go here first. What? Oh, so that is the right way. Oh, interesting, interesting. Oh my god, it is very dark. Some text on the wall, but it's too dark to read. Interesting. Oh, there's a fire. Man, it's so dark. Hello? Nice. Okay, let's light up the place first. Then read. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The mountain is alive. Interesting. Okay, let's proceed. Yes, you're right, Vigor. It is an anagram puzzle. Okay, wait. How many? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Am I doing this right? I don't know. I'm just gonna light everything on fire. 1, 2. One, 2. This is 4. Oh, wait, what? Puzzle time. Okay, okay, so this is one of the clues. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The mountain is alive. So we have 1 torch, 3 torch, 2 torch. Nice. Okay, so I am correct. I believe this game is beatable by children. I don't know why my brain is having difficulties, struggling. I don't know. Hello? Arrgh. Oh, hello? New character? What was that? We come in peace. Is that a secret tunnel? Wow. Girl, when someone just crash into your room, that's the first thing you ask? A secret tunnel? Are you a guest? I have to tell Thumbo. Thumbo. Well, interesting. Run, Carto, run. She's gonna call the cops. Some mildew shelf. Well, Carto, that's highly rude of you. You crash into this little girl's room and call her stuff mildew. Interesting. Some storage containers that smell vaguely of food. A rotting wooden chest. Maybe don't open it? Open it! Oh, hello. We are in a new place. Is that a donkey? A goat-shaped marking on the ground. Huh. Thumbo? Oh my god, this character? Well, hello there. Wow, Pinko wasn't kidding about a guest. Welcome to the world-famous luxurious lava lodge. We have all manner of superb facilities and the most scenic views of the volcano. We are honored that you've chosen to stay with us. We're usually quite full up with guests, but we cannot seem to remove the rock blocking our entrance. It showed up during the last eruption, just over there. We've tried pushing it, breaking it, calling it rude name. It refuses to move. Well, anyways, the first night is free of charge. I'll let my siblings know you're here. They've run the lodge with me. Attention everyone! We have a guest staying with us tonight. Let's take excellent care of her. Please have a look around. Just don't touch anything molten or bubbling. What kind of accent is that? I don't know. All I know is I'm sorry in advance if that accent sounded like the accent is in your country. Oh my god, okay. Enough dilly-dally. Let's explore. A huge rock. It seems mildly offended. Well, of course, this dude calls it rude names. Okay. You had to feed your dog. Oh, okay. I hope your dog is fine. They are doing okay. Good day, ma'am. Please forgive my rudeness earlier. We are just usually don't have guests arriving from our storage room, that is. But we are I mean, very happy to have you. You made and put the thumbnail to your channel too. Ooh, interesting. Nice. My siblings and I will make sure your stay is relaxing and comfortable. We also make sure that it contains an absolute minimum of lava-related injuries. May I give you a tour of our grounds? Sure. We are currently in our grand lobby, as you can see, and just below us you'll find our world-famous lava fountain. It's like a chocolate fountain, except instead of chocolate, it's full of deadly face-melting lava. Isn't that exciting? Please don't eat it. Interesting. The lava fountain is just down the ladder beneath our very feet. I'll meet you there. Interesting. To dining hall and kitchen. Don't forget to sample our glorious lava fountain before you move on. Fine. I'll go down. You have to be a dumbass to eat lava. I mean, that's a lava cake. Chocolate lava cake. Mmm. Yum. Strong electromagnetic field underground. Please avoid use of delicate instruments. Oh. What is this? Oh, you can't change. Okay, interesting. In a turn-off event, we can't change the position of the map because of this. Oh, strong electromagnetic field underground. Please avoid use of delicate instruments. So, I see. So, I'm guessing I need to change the orientation of the map from outside. Is it correct? Yes, I am correct. Okay, interesting. A lava fountain. Spectacular, isn't it? Guests travels... But what? Guests travel from all over to behold our lava fountain. Some of them throw coins in and make a wish, but they usually just end up wishing they hadn't stood so close to the fountain. Please watch your step. Oh sure, we have eruptions sometimes. It is an active volcano after all. But there's no need for concern, ma'am. We follow our volcano calendar very closely. We always tackle? No, not tackle. We always take the necessary precautions, and we are not due for an eruption anytime soon. Now that we all feel safe, let's continue the tour. I'm going to run ahead to make sure our geyser elevator is working. We weren't expecting a guest so soon. I'll meet you back in the grand lobby and we'll head to the kitchen next. Yum! Well, interesting. Red hot magma. Why does it look so delicious? Chocolate lava cake. Oh, come on. How can I reach here? Interesting, interesting. Okay, let's see if... Nope. Okay, so it is an isolated case. I'm guessing we are not able to do that just yet. Please observe, ma'am. Keep your arms by your sides and simply step onto the elevator. Oh my god, just like that. OSHA, intensify. We've had minimal scaldings, I assure you. Wow. Interesting. To Grand Lobby. Okay. Now entering Bird Canyon. If you're lucky, you'll be able to witness our birds migrating. Okay. Same thing. Whoops. You gotta go? Okay, see you later then. I'll be sure to include your channel in the video description down below. Thank you for telling me. I really do appreciate it. Okay, what is this? A huge steamy vent. Smells like cooking? Interesting, interesting. Goat shape marking. Ma'am? This is our kitchen, also world famous, in which we prepare a variety of sumptuous dishes for our guests. You won't believe how few get sick. Meadow is our head chef. She's a superb cook. Braised swamp yams, sour mountain nettles, crispy cactus loaves with goat butter? Here I go, making myself hungry. Okay, interesting. A volcanic pineapple. Rare. A kiln built with stones of all sizes. Impressive. Various seasonings. Pungent. Plates so clean you could eat off of them. Interesting, interesting. So, okay, I see, I see. Oh, are you Mido?
Hello, ma'am. You must be our special guest. I hope you're hungry, as I've already starting preparing our most renowned dish, ash smoked honeybird.
Ooh, that does smell. Sound very delicious. A smoked chicken, honey glazed. Yum.
You're right to gasp, because we're out of season. Because we're out of seasoning, the ash plums are a bit unpredictable, so it may take a little bit longer than usual. We're at the mercy of the mountain, I'm afraid, but it will be worth the wait.
You lied to me, Mido. How dare you? How dare you? Okay, then what? A dining table cut from a single tree, elegantly set. Oh, what is this? So I'm guessing
I have all the accoutrement prepped. I'm just waiting for the ash to deliver us our bird.
gosh, okay, this is a little bit weird. A huge steamy you. No. Wait, what? Don't head back to the lobby just yet. We'll have a delicious meal ready for you soon-ish. Okay, so I need to go up. Huh, interesting. Okay, so we cannot do that. But there must be something that I am able to do, right? Okay. How can I... No! Okay, wait. I'm not even sure what am I supposed to do here. Capture the bird? No, oh, okay. Okay, I am supposed to do that, right? No. No. Okay, okay, okay. One, I... No? Thing. Wait, what? No, no, no. Cook the bird. Cook the bird again, again and again. Is that the right way? Oh my god, I'm... Oh my god, I am torturing this bird, aren't I? Hello, Nero. Hello, hello. Oh my god, I am. Oh shoot. I am so sorry, little bird. But you did give me a map piece. Eh, just yesterday, I was talking to Vigor, right? About about animals having feelings and something like that. And here I am a day later torturing this animal. What kind of monster am I? Oh my god. Wow, what a beauty! Guests don't usually catch their own dinner, but it's certainly faster. Thanks for the help. I can't wait to hear what you think. Have a seat and I'll be right back with the rest of your meal. Interesting. Uh, Hello again, Nero. Hello, hello. Welcome. Am I supposed to do something here? Ooh. Thanks to the mountain for this bounty. Let's dig in. I bet I can eat more birds than you. Ready? Go. Hey, that is very unhealthy. Whoa. Hmm. I'm sure this is gonna be not fun to those that are having a phobia of, not phobia, a dislike to someone that is doing mouth folly. Wait, what? I eat 22. Burp, burp, burp. Okay. Interesting. So let's get out. How am I supposed to reach here? Mm-hmm. Okay, so let me see if this is correct or not. Oh, snap, it's wrong. Should change the direction. Okay, okay. This is good, this is good. At least we are learning, making progress. Hello, goat. Hello. Oh my god. I am gonna call that goat Oreo. And this one is Van Houten. The goats eye you creepily with the creepy eyes. Meh. Oh my god, there's a lot of them. To guest rooms and hot spring. Okay, if that one is goat, sorry, everything is goat. If that goat is called Oreo, this is Van Houten. That one is, I'm gonna call Sesame. That goat is Sesame, and this one, hmm, what is? Trying to think of a chocolate name. Why not? I'm gonna call it Lint. Lint chocolate, Sesame, Van Houten, and Oreo. Nice. Oh, hello. This kid is seriously in need of a therapy. You, just a moment, ma'am. I didn't expect you to beat me here. I would hate for you to get lost in our palatial? I don't know how to pronounce that word, but palatial estate. Anyways, welcome to our quarters. We've put you in the master's suite, conveniently located directly above the hot spring. World famous both. My brothers Indo and Ringo are waiting nearby to assist you. Indo and Ringo. This statue's rock, man. Like literally, this is a rock, man. Interesting. Another goat. A startling lifelike carving of an ostrich. Oh my god, this guy. Oh my god, the design. I love the character design. Okay, I'm gonna something goofy. Ah, you must be our guest. I'm not sure how you made it here, but we're very happy to have you. You must be exhausted after exploring our many amenities. Would you like to rest briefly in our innovative sleep bed? It's quite rejuvenating. Hmm, a look of pure excitement if I've ever seen one. Please, lie down and make yourself comfortable. Let the rocks work their magic. Ah, are you feeling its effects? The rocks stimulate your pressure point, relieving tension and transferring their energy into you. Ah, yes. Rub that hot lava within you. Let it flow into each of your limbs, warming your core and massaging your muscles. There's nothing else quite like. It can be a bit much for some guests, admittedly, but now you have the energy of the volcano coursing through you. The perfect time to enjoy our hot spring. It's just downstairs. Interesting. A drawer full of pamphlets. Welcome to Grotto, the smallest rock you've ever seen. Lava, nature's spiciest water. Hotel liability and you. Honeybird, conserve or indulge. Well, okay. If you have to say spiciest water, would you say it is lava or would you say acid? Technically, lava is not water, and technically, acid does contain water. Something to think about. A cute little cartographer on the other side of a mirror. Ooh. Feel free to hop back in the sleep bed if you are ever tired. I already forgot how to voice this man, but eh, acids feel more spicy, right? If you are drinking lava, you won't taste the spiciness of lava, but for acid, you do taste the spiciness. I don't, okay, quick disclaimer, I don't recommend anyone drinking acid, like at all. Just a heads up. Ooh, interesting. A comfortable chair with a stone pillow? Hmm. Lava is just hot. Acid can be cold and still spicy. Yes, you're right, Nero. So right. Oh, are you Indo or Ringo? Brr, I apologize, ma'am. Our hot spring is currently neither hot nor a spring. It's more of a cold nothing, really. We're just waiting for the mountain. You know what? Sorry. You know what they say, you can't rush warm water. Hmm. Hmm. That looks like a bra. Okay. Okay, let's put the new pieces around here. Yeah, around here. Nope. Okay, let's see. There. Ooh, another one. An ancient symbols hewn in the rock. Hewn? Okay, that's a word that I've never encountered before. What is hewn? Hewn. Is it a past participle? Past tense? Okay, let me open a dictionary for a bit. Hewn. Made or crafted by cutting, whittling down, having been cut or mowed down. A past participle of hew. Oh. To chop away at it, to whittle down, or to mow down. Okay, okay. Hello, ma'am. This is our volcano calendar. Today's forecast says ashy with a chance of fireballs. Pleasant. Don't miss our hot spring. It's our favorite part of the lodge. We'll wrap up our tour once you're all warmed up. My lava! Oh my god. Interesting, interesting. Ashy with a chance of fireballs. Hmm. Where's Indo? Hello? Where? Beware of whirlpools. Apologies if you've seen this sign too late. We should probably move the sign. It looks like the water spout is clogged up there. We should be way more relaxed by now. Interesting, interesting. But how can I go there? By simply walking. Interesting. Toiletries. Toiletries. Interesting. Whoa, 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 whoa. Oops, you kicked something loose. Oh, brr. Well, the spring has returned, but the heart has yet to heat. What? Heart has yet to heat. Perhaps Thumbo knows what's wrong. Could you check with Thumbo in the grand lobby? I'm a little underdressed. Well, sure, ask the kid to do free labor for you guys. Yeesh. Well, this is gonna be a long travel. Hello, goats. Hello, hello. Oops. Man, it's so far away. Hello. Talk about not very efficient. Okay, let's go see Thumbo. Thumbo, welcome back. I've received word that the water in our hot spring isn't very welcoming at the moment. My apologies. Our heater must be malfunctioning. I hate to ask this of the guest, but could you have a look at it? You seem to have a very good sense of how things fit together. Think of it as a secret extra tour. I'll tell what? I'll tell Pinko to take a goat and meet you there. A goat? Ah, our heater is located at the center of the volcano. It's only accessible via goats. You'll need this orange key to get the goat started. Um, hello? Just pop it in its mouth and hang on. Interesting. I still don't understand what you are talking about. Now you just need to find a goat. We can ride the goat? I hope so. The way they say it means that we can. But I don't understand where. Oh gosh, is it Van Houten? Are we able to ride Van Houten? Please tell me that's the right one. Oh, Van Houten. Meh, meh. Yes, volcano crater. Yes, yes. Ah, yeah, okay. What are you doing, sister? Ma'am, thank you for helping out, ma'am. We are probably risking our lives, but you can't put a price on comfort. Let's get that heater fixed. Um, you should be prepared for anything down there, ma'am. Fire golems, demonic goats, sentient lava. I've seen it all. Anyways, head down and I'll reach you the instruction from up here. Wow. Wow, you're asking a guest to do that? Carto! Give the rope a tug when you go get to the bottom so that I can cut the rope. Are you at the bottom? Okay, listen carefully. You little shit.
I am gonna cut the rope and you're gonna sacrifice yourself to the volcano god so that I can activate it. First, head to the big wall at the back. Big wall at the back. Big wall at the back. Did you see the three switches? Flip the one on the left. The one on the left. Oh god. Left. 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 Now flip the one on the right. Now do a little dance. Huh? Just kidding. Head to the middle and put your hands on the wheel. Okay. Dance. Okay. Alright. You're going to need to turn it. First, turn left twice. 1, 2. Turn right 3 times. 1, 2, 3. Turn left twice. 1, 2. Turn right once. Oh. I may have been reading the wrong set of instructions. You little shit. Sounds like we fully rebooted the system. Maybe come back up quickly? You little shit. How? No! I told you. That little shit is backstabbing us. How dare she? No! Whoa! You shit. How dare you? Oh no, we must have read the volcano calendar wrong. That's only ever happened 5 or 10 times before. This guy. Ooh, the volcano is going to erupt. We have to get as far away from it as possible. Why are you guys so happy? There's a volcano. Hello? I just got out of the sleep bed. What's everyone yelling about? I hope I'm alive to collect all the smoky birds after it blows. What kind of accent is that? Oh my god. Oh boy, that hot lava is going to feel so good on my cold body. Are you dead? Over my dead cold body? Well, go. Oh my god. Oh! That was big one. Wow! So smoky. The hot spring is gonna be hot. No death this time. See, what did I tell you? This little girl likes to sacrifice gas into the lava. Look at her face. Carto. How dare she indeed? Where is she? You. Ma'am? How did you like the tour? Wonderful. Remember to tell your friend how safe it was so that I can sacrifice them again next year. How exciting. You. Should I talk to everyone? Ah, such a bomb. I'm a sleep Batman myself, but I can't deny the allure of this sweet, sulphury spring. So relaxing. That eruption inspired me. Blackened, blackened Keef Newt with fiery rock candy. Interesting. Ah, so hot.
So springy. I love it. What am I supposed to do here? I'm guessing I need to call the goat. Not even sure what I'm supposed to do here. Oh god, okay. Let's go. To our esteemed guest, we've received a package for you. Please pick it up on the grand lobby when you check out. Meh. Grand lobby, please. Oh my god, Van Houten. You're such a good goat. You are such a goat. Greatest of all time. Ah, there you are. This arrived for you. Mr. Carto, did you see that eruption? Oh, sorry. My Carto, not Mr. Carto. Oh my god, I can't read. Did you see that eruption? What a sight! I just barely escaped. The volcano seemed to move at the last moment. How fortunate, or perhaps you're getting better with your map, you clever girl. I hope you get away safely too. I'm not convinced anyone knows how to read that dang calendar. Well, even my grandmother knew about this ritual, this sacrifice ritual that this dang place is doing. The smoke is making it a bit hard to navigate and my engine is close to overheating. There's an iceberg at the edge of the world. I'm going to swing by to cool things down and let the skies clear. Meet me there if you can. Love, Granny. Sting. Good news, I hope. We have some good news of our own. The rock is gone from our entrance. The eruption must have shaken it loose. I'm sure we'll be swarming with guests in no time. We hope to see you again, young women. Tell your friends. I will. To avoid this dang place. Are you ready to leave the volcano? Sure. Run, Carto, run! Avoid. Avoid being sacrificed. What is... Eh. So we're back at the house. The storyteller house. Carto, hi! I'm so glad you're back. I could really use your help. Hmm? Shannon. I keep forgetting her name. I'm feeling a little homesick. I thought I'd feel better if I could read about my island, maybe even find a way to sail back. But I can't find any books about it. The storyteller said he'd help me, but I think he forgot. I didn't forget, you whippersnapper. I've just been busy cleaning up downstairs. Someone made a proper mess while rifling through our collection. I'm sure she didn't mean it, whomever it was. She was just eager and inconsiderate. Well, if you girls can get things squared away downstairs, I'll have some more time to help. I can look through our files and let you know what I find. Of course, we can do that. Can we do that, Carto, please? You're so good at arranging things. Hooray! Okay, we're in. Just show us what to do. You know, this all sounds so similar to the book I'm reading right now. Oh, no matter. Follow me downstairs. Interesting. I want to read the book! I got most of the books put away, but these boxes need to be moved. Can you transfer them from the left mat to the right mat? Just make sure to keep small boxes on top of the bigger ones so that nothing gets crushed. I'll be at the front counter looking through our files for our sailing book. Just let me know when you're done. Thanks, girls. Okay, interesting. Interesting. Nice. Don't forget to let the storyteller know you're done. Well, interesting. That went easily. The little cartographer returned from the volcano, only lightly singed. She needed to meet her granny on an iceberg and had no idea how to get there. But first, her good friend needed her help. Hmm? Finished already? Let me have a look. You love those kind of puzzles? Arranging the puzzles? Is that the kind of puzzle you like, Nero? Fine box work that. The next batch is ready for you. It's a shit trickier. Thanks. Oh my god. No. Okay, let me do this. Do this. Do this. Do this. Do this. Arranging puzzles with differently sized things. Yes. You're right. It is very satisfying. Yes. Hmm? Another batch done? Let me see. Impressive. I just need your help on one last batch. I'm almost done searching my files for your sailing book. Hmm. Oh. Hello? How are we possibly going to move all those boxes? Especially if you solve it with the lowest possible number of moves. Ooh, I never thought of it like that. Yeah, it needs to be strategically positioned, huh? So I need to move it here, I guess. Can't even reach the top. Where do you even start? Oh, I get it. I get it. You smarty. We have the power of the map. Oh, how about that, Nero? I solve it without moving anything. What? I thought you'd be at it for days. I have to see this for myself. Ah, nice work. Things are looking tidy indeed. You girls are a godsend. I found the selling book your friends was looking for. It's in the island wing. I think she's already there. There's so much about the culture of my island here, and some of our traditions happen on other islands too. I always thought it was just us. Thing. A blue-haired girl. Shortly after her best friend, the little cartographer, left the story chalet, the blue-haired girl's mind started to drift. She imagined her people back on her island, laughing and fishing, and she missed them greatly. She made up her mind to return home to visit them and set off to sail. However, she was quickly thwarted by heavy ocean fog and her compass stopped working. She tried several times in vain, before she giving up and sadly sailing back to the Story Chalet. Though she wasn't the type to give up so easily, the blue-haired girl decided that she would look through every book in the chalet until she found a way to navigate home. She headed downstairs and started rifling through books. The Dirt of Luck. Spending their days living within or full of soil, most earthworms are expert on the matter. It is said that if you give soil to a worm, they can point towards its source. Though not all worms are created equal, and some are more accurate than others. Many have been led astray by an overeager yet unskilled worm. But for those looking for a little help finding their way home, the right worm can be an invaluable companion. Shannon, look at this. There's a way to navigate the ocean using soil from your destination. I'm glad we grabbed some before we left. Now we just need a worm to sniff it out. How lucky. Wait, you had a worm on you this whole time? Gross, but also yay. Very, very random. We have everything we need. I think it's time to sail back. I know I'm not supposed to, but I just need to see everyone, even from afar. Oh, I'm so sorry, Carto. I was so wrapped up in my own feelings, I didn't even ask about yours. Did you find anything about your granny? How was the volcano? Oh, a letter from your granny? May I read it? I'm so glad she's safe, and she wants to meet you on an iceberg. My people have spoken of such a place near the edge of the world. I didn't know how to get there, but perhaps they do? We're already headed back to the island, so we can find out more there. You can ask around, and I'll do some snooping. What do you say, Carto? Will you come back to my island with me? Great. Let's get back to the boat. I did a lot of reading while you were gone, and it was great. But it turns out that theater of the mind can't beat the spray of salt water on your face. I'm excited to go back out there. Whatever, Shannon. Oh, yeah, goodbye, worm. We will miss you. Come sail away. The origin of a tough tradition. There's a reason why people of a certain tribe can never return home after they sail for their coming of age. It used to be that some who left would try to sail home only to be thwarted by the ocean or bad weather. Their families would never know the truth of what happened or assume they didn't want to visit. By following this new tradition, parents can better prepare for the pain of never seeing their children again. Oh, so that's why. It will never be easy, but they'll know what to expect. A tough but needed tradition. Hey, I see. We will go with Nero. We will go with the worm. We are not wormless yet. You're right, you're right. It's not too late. Ooh, ooh. What is this? Ever shifting iceberg. Not only is iceberg dwelling a demanding lifestyle choice, but an entirely unpredictable one. Running into a friend might be the last time you see them for a while if the icebergs didn't drift together again. Residents in stalls supply boxes of essential tools and food, i.e., example, sea pickles, such as on every iceberg in case anyone were to get stranded. Interesting. Who walks life what? Iceberg something something. The legend of the seventh iceberg has been passed down for countless generations. What was once an ancient document lives on only in stories recounted in archaeologists by the archaeologist Luwak to whomever will listen. The story says that the iceberg contains a treasure to improve the lives of all the people living at the edge of the world. Legends though what? Legends though it might be, Luwak has dedicated his existence to find the treasure, never giving up hope. Okay, thank you for your service, Luwak. The little cartographer and her friends were to set to sail. They would return to the island where they began with the help of a wriggly companion, and somewhere far beyond that, Granny's iceberg loomed large. Nice. Let's go! Okay, before we go there, I need to have a little hydration break. I've been reading quite a lot. Whew. You can tell that I am not used to talking for a huge stretch of time. Okay, let's go, Shannon. You take the sail, I'll take the sail, and we'll keep a close eye on your worm, buddy. You're giving me back the worm? Shannon and Carto back on the high seas. Always hydrate and stretch. Yes, very important. You're right. It's so good to be sailing again. Items. Earthworm. Soil. Now, which way do we go? What? No, 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 no. Oh my god, oops. We may have to pay closer attention to that worm. Let's try that again. Okay. Southeast. Southeast. Can do, Captain Carto. Getting kind of foggy. Oh shoot. South? South. That doesn't feel right, but I'll give it a shot. What do you mean it's not? Hmm. Oh. Sneaky, sneaky. You're right, Nero. Well. Oh my god. I didn't notice that. Thank you for the tip, Nero. And for North. Oh my god. We made it. That's my island, alright? Who, who's there? Who's that out there? You girls look familiar. We're just mermaids, sir. You've never seen us before. Oh, that makes sense. Carry on then. Phew, that was close. Okay, now we just need to get past the reef. Any tips? Wait, what? Turn around and head towards a dead end. But split up, divide the boat into two pieces. Very bad. Split sail towards 11 o'clock. Hmm. Okay. Okay, this is this is very unsettling. The worm is cut in half. Oh my god, everything, all of this works. It's a dead end because the worm is dead. Split up. Divide the boat in two pieces because the worm is split in half, or it become 11. Hmm. Okay, let me. Should we take the literal number 11, or should we take the figurative divide the boat in two? If we divide the boat in two pieces, it will break the boat, right? I'm guessing sail toward 11 o'clock. It couldn't be the dead end, right? Because if it is the dead end, the worm would have access on its eye, signifying cartoon death. Interesting. I am gonna go with 11 o'clock. Can do, Captain Carto. We're in the lake? Okay, now this is just ridiculous. Oh shoot. We sail towards 7 o'clock, still clockwise, and then go straight. Something to do with a hook? All of the above. Oh, snap. Um, um, Something to do with hook. You know what? Let's go with all of the above. Sail towards 7 o'clock, then turn clockwise, go straight and throw the hook. It's worth a try. I'm not even sure. I'm not sure how that worked, but we made it. Great job, everyone. I can't believe we're really back here. You and your squirmy friend are quite a team. Carto and Earthworm Wriggles. Carto and Wriggles. Aw, the earthworm got a name. Wriggles. Okay, let's split up and look for clues to the iceberg. We can meet back here for when we have some more info. I'm going to stay out of sight since I'm not supposed to be back here. I know it's just a tradition, but it's important to my family. See you back here in a bit, Carto. Oh my god. We're back in square one. Oh my god, I remember this. Look at the monstrosity we made. Okay, let's talk first. Thank you again for accompanying Shannon. It was so kind of you. You're not asking how did I make it back here on this island? None whatsoever? I hope she's doing well and feels our love for her, even from afar. We think about her all the time. Did you girls sail the whole archipelago? She's a born adventurer. I knew she'd take to it once she got a taste. She just had to get out of her comfort zone. Ahem. Hey kid, you're back. Is Shannon with you? Of course she isn't, dear. You know the tradition. Ah, yes, of course. Well, give her a huge blur hug if you see her. We miss her dearly. Have you traveled back here for the fishing festival? It only happens a few times a month. We have a competition here. I'm happy to loan you a rod and a bobber in case the mood strikes you. Come fish with us. I'm not even sure what I'm supposed to do here. Fishing festival, right? I'm guessing I have to make a huge lake. Something something lake. So this is the pier. Okay. Hmm. Oh, hello again. I trust your travels have been fruitful. Have you encountered our dearest sons, perchance? Ah, I suppose chances were slim. Besides, last... What? Last we heard from him, he was headed towards the end of the world. But that was many years ago. I hope he brought something warm to wear. Oh, did you like cold weather? I'm told it builds character. I think she'd like to visit there, love. I recognize the twinkle in her eyes. Our son had it too, the look of an adventure. Well, a good map of the ocean might lead you there. And it so happened that I donated one as a prize in the fishing festival. We just have to find all of the lost fish and lead them home to our net. I feel like you'll be good for that for some reason. Best of luck at the festival. I'll be rooting for you to win that ocean map. Well, this is quite the predicament that we have. Is that a fish? It is. Oh my god. Wait. I am gonna be childish for a bit. Oh my god. Uh, oh my god. Oh my god. I am so sorry. But somehow it works. Somehow it works. Oh god. I'm such a child. Ah, okay. I am easily entertained. And there's nothing for me to do here. I'm not even sure what I'm supposed to do here. Okay. Um there's this. We haven't gone to this house yet. Okay, let's go to this house first. Ahoy! Little one, I hope your travels have treated you well. Yet again, your timing is fortunate, for our fishing festival is upon us. I call it a festival, but don't tell my wife. Ugh. Anyway, the festival will be held nearby a big fish lock. We'll have a fishing competition and outsiders are always welcome. They won't let me enter since I'm a fisherman by trade, but that means I got to be the host. What an honor! Interesting. It's nice to see you again. I was just wondering if we would have any visitors competing this month. This little lady here is growing up so quickly. I'm sure she'll be slinging fish with like her father before I know it. Waka 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 waka. This sandpiper won't stay still. I just want to show it this cool stick. Run away, dude. Run away. Okay, that's... I see. Okay, let's do this. We need to go see Shannon. Shannon, I... what was that from my dad? I really miss everyone, but I'm glad I got to see them from afar at least. Okay, so to find your granny, we need to get to the iceberg. To find the iceberg, we need an ocean map. And to get an ocean map, we need to win the fest competition at the fishing festival. Right? Great. Well, we know the plan. Let's get fishing. The festival takes place in Big Fish Lock nearby. It's our biggest lock, our lake. You can probably guess what it's shaped like. Okay, let me see. A fish? I still don't want anyone to recognize me though. Oh, I have an idea. I'll be right back. Oh my god. Hi, Carto. I'm Rhiannon. Under my umbrella. That's Rihanna. There's no way they'll recognize me now. I'm ready to go. Interesting. Rihanna. Yeah, my seat is having a little bit of a problem. But you know what? I'm gonna... Yeah, let's file. Okay. I still can't believe that they allowed me to do this. Okay. The biggest lake, right? Okay, so I need to incorporate everything here. I mean, how can you not make it like this, right? Surely they would anticipate this. Is everybody in position? Hmm. Everyone is in position. We have two outsiders in the competition this time. Very exciting. Best of luck to you, Rhiannon and friend. Once you've experienced your first competition, you may be hooked. And don't worry, our prize are safely locked away. Ha ha ha. Our rules are the same as always.
First one to collect every type of fish wins. Let's begin! My dad gave us a couple fishing rods to use. This one's for you. He didn't even notice it was me when he handed them over. Heh. Wait. Oh no, we missed our worm. No. Well, the worm is dead, right? Okay. How can I get a fish? Ahoy, ahoy! Our prize are just over there. One ocean map and one gardening lesson from Kellen. Fish, 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 fish. There are 4 types of fish in this lake. I drew them for you. Okay, so we need a long fish, an L-shaped fish, orange L-shaped fish, a blue upright L-shaped fish, and uh, an elongated pink fish. Don't show anyone else. It's a secret. And you have to give it back after the competition. Hi. I love fresh fish. This one won't grow up a picky eater, believe me. I won't stand for it. Eyes, colors, livers, they are good for the growing girl. And they taste of the pure wild sea. Yum. I know, right? We lost the worm. So sad. Not sure what I'm supposed to do here. I remember teaching Shannon how to fish. She just couldn't get the hang of it, the poor thing. Cast, wait, reel. It's so simple. I don't think she caught a single fish, but she never stopped trying. Cast, wait, reel. Hmm. A fishing game, huh? Hello again. Take it from the 5-time champion. The secret is choosing the best worm. Well, and reeling in your rod with the moment you see your bobber bobbing. Bobber. Bobber. Hmm. Interesting, interesting. Am I missing something? I feel like I'm missing something. I'm neither either the world's greatest fisherman or the world's worst. No one will tell me which. Only one way to find out. Oh my god. Shannon, tell me how to fish. I always forgot how relaxing this is. Even when the stakes are high, it's nice to just slow down. I remember when my dad taught me how to fish. He never caught anything himself, so I would throw back any fish I caught before he saw them. I didn't want to make him feel bad. Well, that's nice of you. Shannon, did we use wriggles as bait? Oh god, please no. Nope.
Is it because it is too large? Hmm. Hello? Ah, my husband says that fishing is a game of strength, but I don't think he's ever won that particular game. I think fishing is about reading the lake. Just picture the fish you want to catch and go for it. Yeah, but how? You have any ideas? But it seems kind of silly. Sure, fire away, Nero. Otherwise, we would be here for quite a while because I am getting stuck. Nothing. Build the fish from the picture with. Oh my god, you're right. I am such a dum dum. You're right, you're right. Oh my god. Maybe the lake has to be fish shaped. Yes. Oh my god, you're absolutely correct. But how? Uh, okay. Just need the tail and whoops. Ooh, what? Am I doing something wrong? No fish biting. Okay, let me guess. It needs to be all of the map piece. Interesting, interesting. Hmm. I did the right thing, right? So, or is it? Oh, I'm such a dum dum. The waters are stirring. I'm such a dum dum. Okay. Oh, a green clover. You're right, Nero. You're very, very right. Oh my god. The fish. The fish face is so funny. Okay, so then we need to be L shape. right? Am I missing something again? Hmm. Hmm. Not sure. Maybe it's the wrong way. Maybe I need to do this instead. Ah, okay. So I do need to uh oh, okay. I barely got away. I need to focus. I need to pay close attention to the bobber. Milko's Gobby. Oh my god, the fish looks. Oh my god, so funny. I love the character design in this game. Okay, let's go with the pink fish next, which means something something. Oh, okay, let's see. Um, maybe like this, right? Okay, I am correct. Carpe diem. Nice, nice. Carpe diem. A fish that looks ready to seize its prey. Well, isn't that something? Oh my god, the description. A golden fish with a subtle confetti pattern. A fish that fits snugly in your hand. Get it? A green glover? Oh my god, this game. A long elf-shaped fish with fin nubs close to the face. Upward, upward tail. Hmm? Is it wrong? Hmm. Okay. Okay. I get it. I get it. Okay. Interesting. Okay, let's go. The final fish. Oh. Okay. Sorry. I got too excited there. Okay. Nice. Nice. Hmm. It seems someone may have caught all of the fish types. Come, turn in your catch and let me check. Hey, yes, 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 yes. Wow, you caught all four, and they look exactly like my drawings. Oh, thanks, kid. Thanks. Let me take a look of this fish. They are indeed from this log, and each one of each type. The winner of the competition is Rhiannon and her friend. The prize is yours. Well, her friend has a name. Shish. Does it hurt you to call me by my name? Look at her face.
I did it! Yay!
It's been great seeing you again, kid. But I imagine you have other islands to visit, especially with that fancy new ocean map you won. I have so much I want to ask you about Shannon, but I suppose her life is her own now. Tell me though, is she well? Is she happy? Mm-hmm. And that puts my mind at ease. Thank you for being such a good friend to her. You are welcome back anytime. And you too, Rhiannon. Quite some fishing skills you displayed as well. You must have grown up on an island. Might I ask which one? Oh, looks like you guys are eager to find your next port of call. I don't blame you. It's a big ocean out there. The sea will bring us together again if it wills it. Farewell. Hey, Carto. Hmm? Thanks for doing that with me. I was really happy to see that my parent and everyone else were doing well. Even if my dad still can't catch a fish to save his life. You helped me get home and reunite with my family, my people. And now it's time for me to help you do the same. We're going to find your granny. I just know it. To the edge of the world, iceberg ahoy! Oh, oh, hello? Interesting. We made it! Wow, it's so beautiful here. I've never seen snow like this before. It's so peaceful and so cold. I better keep the boat moving before it freezes in the ice. If you want to start looking for your granny, I'll come find you once I found a safe place to dock. Okay, interesting. Ooh, new map, new place. Hello? Whom did I came here to gather food, but didn't expect to gather a new friend too. You don't look nearly warm enough, little snowflake. Don't you call me a snowflake. Please, take my scarf. It should keep you toasty. I'm glad you like it. I have plenty more where that come from. We all need to support each other to live in a harsh place like this. You look like you traveled a long way to get here. I hope you find whatever it is you're looking for. A map piece. Another map piece. A decaying wood bridge. Doesn't look safe to cross. I get it. I get it. Okay. So I need to find a way to cross that bridge without crossing the bridge, right? Oh, oh, oh. It's like this. It's like playing Tetris. Oh my god. Yes. This game is so interesting. I thought I was reaching the end, Hopefully, I am reaching the end, but otherwise, otherwise we are gonna be here for quite some times. Hmm. So I can't go there just yet. There must be something. I think we already explored everything that can be explored. But what else? What else can we do? I can't go there. How can I get to the center circle? Interesting. Okay, so it's becoming more and more like a puzzle with each passing. Oh, okay, okay. I get it. I get it. I get it? No, I don't get it. A little bit confused. Hmm. Am I even going the right way? So confusing. Okay, wait, wait. This the right way? No. Hmm. What else? What else? What else can I do? Are blues and whites bushes allowed to connect? Uh, you mean dark blue? Blue and white? I'm guessing they can if I can figure out a way to connect them. Because then again, it is the whole block. I'm not controlling a single piece right now. I'm controlling a compounded piece. So this one is T shape and this one is zigzag shape. So there are a limited configuration that I can do. And do this. Hmm. So this is the closest configuration that I can do to connect between the two pieces. Oh my god. Okay. I'm such a dum-dum. It's nice to see a new face, though I'm afraid you've caught me in a bit of pickle. I seem to have left my backpack behind when I was eating lunch, pickles and all. I was on the other side of the mountains, across the bridge, but now I need the tool in my backpack to fix the bridge and, well, you can see the pickle. Hmm, a pickle indeed. Well, thank goodness we are smart enough to do that. Snowy storage shack, sealed up soundly. You did it, you clever Conicorn. Now, let me just grab my tools and fix the damn bridge. Yes. Nice. Good as new. Or at least not so old. Ever since the goats migrated to a warmer pasture, we had a deal of a time getting over the mountains. So these bridges have become our lifelines. I need to tend to the other bridges, but I'll owe you a gherkin. Nice. Okay, so the bridges are fixed. Let me explore this area first. Okay, nothing. Nothing whatsoever in this place, so let's continue on. Okay, I'm confused. Again. Go here? Wait. Hey, a little bit confusing this time around, but we managed to do it. Nice. Ooh, interesting. I'm quite surprised that the trees in this area didn't move away from us. Hello there. You must be the newcomer. Word travels fast around here. Unlike our icebergs, you see, our icebergs actually move pretty slowly. They separate and drift around, sometimes for a few hours and other times for days. And they always drift back together in a different shape. Luwak says there are 7 icebergs, but we've only counted 6. But he's a great archaeologist and a keen survivalist, so I believe him. We all chip in around here. Tekok protects us from the ice piece. Ice piece? Hello? A Lucy made me this jaunty shirt out of pine needles and fur. I've sailed the entire ocean, so I'll help track the movement of the iceberg. I'm sure you'll figure out your role if you decided to stick around. I'm always keeping an out for the 7th iceberg. One day. Are you the one that need this wood carving? No. 7th iceberg, huh? Whoa. Interesting. Uh, I am so confused right now. It's locked from the other side. Hello from the other side. I'm not sure if I'm doing this correctly or not, but I hope that this should be enough. Hmm, that's not right. Okay, I think we need to go here. Right? Yeah, let's just see how it goes. Okay, these bushes look like Mojo Jojo's helmet. Kinda random, but yeah, it is what it is, right? Yeah, I know I need to get to that singular place down there, but how? Like this? No. No, that's not right. Hmm. Hmm. It is. Caption: Slippery ice ahead. Oh. Oh. I get it. I get it. So let's put it somewhere here. Uh-huh. Nope, 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 nope. Okay. Okay. Okay, this puzzle is very neat. We are doing ice skating. Oh god, okay. Uh-huh. Yeah. Huh? You're not an ice beast. You're not a beast at all. Phew. I almost sold my first. Look at her face. Look at Carto's face. You look like you've been jostled about by a beast though. Hold still for a moment. Let me bandage you. Have you heard Luwak's legends yet? Here's our leader and a renowned adventurer. He says that one day we'll find a precious treasure on the fabled seventh iceberg. Treasure hunters travel great distances when they hear our legend, but most lose hope after a time and leave the iceberg. I suppose those of us left still hold some hope in our hearts. It is the legend. Is the legend what brought you here, young traveler? I see. Treasure means something different to us after all. I'm sure you find yours. Me, I'm hoping for some with my hunting. I can't read. Me, I'm hoping for some help with my hunting. My spirit is getting blunt from all of the ice breeze I'm battling or doodling in the ice while I keep watch for them. Well, you're all bandaged up. Stay cozy out there. Ooh, dum de dum. I hope you're enjoying the scarf. How do you like how do you like my new one? I knitted it together just now. Oh, I just it's just how I contribute to the community. Everyone finds a way. As for your contribution, well, I can see you have an amazing sense of direction and never seem to be lost. Perhaps you can help Luwak on his treasure hunt? I'm sure you've heard of it by now. What do you think the treasure could be? Me, I'm hoping for a material of impossible warmth. Be careful of what you wish for. Even with this glove, my hands keep going numb while I'm knitting. It's locked from the other side. Interesting. You would think that you will be able to unlock it from the inside. Oh, okay. Uh, Haigi, Haij, Hut. I don't know how to pronounce that. Hello, we meet again. And wouldn't you know it, I just gave away my last pickle. Oh, you lying piece of shit. By way of apology, let me tell you about this base we are in. It connects the various biomes of the iceberg, one beyond each gate. So regardless of where the icebergs drift to, we can easily connect to them. How's that for some ice cold facts? It's often easier to get around if you start from this base. Good luck. Oh, interesting. Okay, so I'm guessing I need to get to this place somehow. Hmm. Okay, interesting. I can go there. Man, it's been a while since I pick up knitting on my end. Be cool if I can start it again once in a while. Okay, we have gone to here, and ooh, foggy place. Hmm. So I need to figure out a way to get into. Okay. So we can go through here. Nice, nice, nice. Whoa, it's so bright white in here. Oh, nice. Hello again. Hello, I'm impressed you've made it here. I thought only Luwak that navigate the foggier narrows. Sometimes he joins me here to study the old lighthouse. He thinks it might be related to the seventh iceberg, but since we're too far out for most boats, I can't navigate the fog myself, so I usually drift over on an ice floe. I've been studying the patterns of the current ever since I arrived here. Just today, I find this beautiful piece of paper washed ashore. Perhaps you can make use of it? Thank you. I've been trying to float a message back to my home island for years. I left there more than a decade ago, but I still miss my people sometimes. They have a rule where you can never return once you sail for your coming of age. This wooden boat. I don't believe it. I would recognize this carving work anywhere. My mother made this. Did you visit my home island? Did she send this along with for me? Hmm? This means the world. This means the world. Thank you dearly. Although I can't see my parent again, knowing they still think of me too. Well, it warms my heart even in this frigid place. I don't know what great stroke of fortune brought us together, newcomer, but thank you. You're welcome. I don't even remember your name. An abandoned lighthouse, forgotten even to the sea. Maybe do it like this. Hmm, interesting. Am I doing the right thing here? I don't know. Aha! I am doing the right thing. Hmm. I've been so busy fixing bridges, I must have neglected the monolith. I don't usually let the snow pile up like this. And wouldn't you know it, I left my backpack of tools with my afternoon tea. Hmm. Clearly, someone is senile here. I know I wasn't even good for a measly pickle last time, but could you possibly grab my backpack from the windy woods nearby? The weather picked up just as I finished, and I couldn't even stand up. But you seem to make it here just fine. What do you say? Help an old man out? Again? Hmm, you're lucky. Okay, let's see what kind of challenges is in this place. Hello? A weather vane clinging on in a heavy wind. Oh! No, 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 no. No. Oh, I get it. I get it. Hmm, maybe I don't get it. Yeah, okay. Whoa! Am I even doing the right thing? No! Oh, come on, okay. Wait, what? Okay. Come on, focus up. Nice. Okay. So I just need to get... Whoops. Daisy. Oh, okay. Phew. That was a challenge. Ooh, you found my backpack. My thanks. Just as soon as I brine some more pickles, they shall be yours. Promise. In the meantime, I must need a moment to clear the snow off the monolith. Oh, that's a pattern. Ah, back to its glorious self. Do, do you see the patterns? Many icebooks ago, our ancestors had to abandon this place. The climate had changed and become inhospitable. It is said that they left a treasure behind, one of impossible value and use. My people found our way back here and found new ways to survive. I've been looking for the treasure ever since. I still believe that we'll find it when we find the fabled seventh iceberg. Well, when I don't know where to look next, I come to this monolith for inspiration. I feel as if these patterns left by our ancestors are a clue. Each side of the monolith has a different pattern. Perhaps you can make sense to them? An ancient monolith with three mysterious patterns. I am gonna snap a picture of this because I get a feeling that it is going to be useful for me. How? I'm not even sure. And what is this? Very mysterious pattern, huh? I see. It is very different. But what? Have you looked at the monolith from different angles? Yes. Yes. Okay. 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 Let's see. Where are you going? This is a rare and precious moment. These patterns on the monolith so glorious and different from very every angle. Okay, so I don't understand what I'm supposed to do here. Yes. What do you want me to look? Wait. Okay, I see it. The zag shape supposed to be here. Right. Okay, let me see. The shape and then like this. No, no. Interesting. I could have sworn that is the pattern that you want me to make. Maybe not like that. I don't know. So that is the wrong thing. So there are very specific handedness. This is left-handed and this is right-handed, I'm guessing. Am I missing something? So I need this square and then a left-handed L. Square. This is square with left-handed square on the bottom. Okay, so the other one is this one, shaped like this, and then the T like this. Right? My God. Oh! Oh my God, that scares the hell out of me. Okay. I need to confirm it. Uh-huh. One side of monolith is glowing. Okay, so this one is correct. Is it still glowing? It is. Okay, so I need to find the correct uh confirmation, not confirmation. I read your message, Nero. The ding of confirmation. I need to find the correct configuration. Okay, I see. Okay, from the one of the pattern, I need a square one. And this one, I need to do it like this. I see. Another one. Then another one is this one. I see. Uh-huh. Okay, okay, okay. The beam of light is amazing. It must be a clue to the seventh iceberg. I know. I just know it. Perhaps the beam can bring the lighthouse back to life? Though it could take years for the iceberg to drift into just the right formation. Well, not on my watch. You're lucky you have me, old man. Oh my god. Just let me do my job. How dare you, sir? How dare you? I'm not allowed to do my job. Okay. I'm guessing it's part of the puzzle. But how to connect this? Are the rocks reflecting light? Oh my god, you're right. Oh my god. Okay, I'm an idiot. An idiot. Oh my god, yes, you're right. Okay, interesting, interesting. So I need to figure out a way to do that. Okay. So there's only a few configuration that I can do. Interesting. Hmm. 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 We were so close. We should. Okay, there's that. Hmm, interesting, interesting. Okay, let's let's think this through. So this is our starting area. Go there. Nope, I can't do that. So the only configuration that I can do so far is I think I need to take apart this island first in order for me to see clearly. I can't do this. Can't do this. Can't do that. So this is the only way. Just want I wanted to do an elimination process. This one can only be one way. Is it this one next? Something something here. Ah, I see. The seventh island. That rumbling. Could it be? Sacre bleu! The treasure chest. Okay, let's figure out a way to incorporate this. Hmm, interesting. Carto, let's go here. Okay. Um, interesting. Okay, let's see if I can do this. I'm so confused. Wait, what? Okay, interesting. All four corners have been opened. So that's the lighthouse. Oh, I get it. Use the center island. Center island. Uh, travel. No, travel here. Huh. Yes. Okay, I get it. I get it. Now we can travel to the new strip of land. Whoops. Go straight to the chest in the middle here. Oh my! You did it! You found the seventh iceberg! And here's our ancestors' treasures, just as I theorized. I'm sorry for running off on you. I just had to see it for myself once the iceberg surfaced. I've been searching for so long I can't believe the day has come. I've always believed in Luwak and he was right. Now let's see about that treasure hunt helping me hunt. Ooh, it finally happened. My hands are feeling warmer already. A seven islet iceberg. I can't believe I'm actually standing on it. What a nice berg. I don't know what you did, newcomer, but you seem to be making everyone's day. Who wanna guess that the treasure inside this is just a jar of pickle? Everyone, please stand back. We don't know what awaits us within. I can't believe I'm actually standing on it. What a nice berg. Okay, yeah, whatever. Hold your breath, everyone. Here we go. What the are those? What the fuck? I'm surprised those huskies are still alive. What the fuck? You lock up some dogs in a treasure chest, leave it on an island that is detached. What kind of sick ancestor do you guys have? Oh my god. They are perfect. We have to keep them warm. The poor thing. We must protect them. I'll die for them. Anything else warm we can add? That's great. Now let's get them back to the base. Carto! Hmm? Oh, sorry to interrupt whatever this is. I was sailing nearby when the iceberg surfaced from below and grounded the boat. I just wanted to make sure you were okay. Phew! Hi everyone, I'm Kato's friend. It looks like you're pretty busy. Anything I can help with? Good timing, friend. We need to bring these sleepy pooches back to our base. You are very welcome to join us. How did the dogs even alive? Oh my god. Carto, my treasure, I just saw you down below. Did you see your granny? I was all set to scoop you up in the airship after she's cooled off, but the old gal wasn't happy when I dipped below the clouds. I don't think I can risk landing there. I will need to find somewhere above the clouds. Find the tallest place you can, and I'll find you there. It's a promise this time. I can't wait to hold you in my arms. We have so much more to explore together. Love, Granny. Find the tallest peak, huh? My. I can't believe little Shannon is here too. She was just a child when I sailed, and now she's on her own coming of age journey. She's told me about she's told me so many stories about our people. It fills me with joy. You've done so much for me, but I have one last favor to ask. When you sail, will you please drop this near the shore of our island on your way? My parents will surely find it, and I know they'll be glad to hear from me. Hmm. Those pups are too cute. Makes me want to. Makes me want. What? Makes me want one of my own. They'll be such good companions out at sea. No, they aren't. Wow, your granny was so close to us. We need to meet here above the clouds, huh? Nowhere jumps to mind, but let's head back to the story chalet and do some research. Adorable! This should keep them warm enough. We're letting them wake up naturally. They must have been asleep for ages. It looks like I got my hunting help after all. I just have to wait until these pups grow a little bigger. Your days are numbered, Ice Beast. A mystery spanning generation finally solved. How thoughtful our ancestors were. These creatures are truly a treasure. They are wonderful. I already started knitting them some clothes. 6 sets of everything. Little socks, little scarves, maybe with some little hats. I'm sure they'll start shedding soon too, and nothing is warmer than husky fur gloves. Looks like I got my wish after all. Interesting, interesting. And what of the pickles? Yeah, let's go. Off into the wide blue ocean once more. Take care of those pups, everyone. Interesting. Is oh my god, it's 12 o'clock. Man, my title is finishing our job making maps in Carto. I didn't realize it's gonna take me quite a while to finish this game. How long am I gonna be on this island? You know what? Welcome back, girls. It's always nice to see you. How can I help? We need to get above the clouds since Carto's granny can't land her airship. Hmm. Hmm. What? Can't land there? Huh? Hmm. Sorry, it's a long story. Maybe you'll read it about it one day. You know of anywhere that's tall enough that we can get above the clouds? Hmm. Actually, the top of the story chalet goes pretty high up, but it's just a small house. It might appear that way, but you'll be surprised. I once found myself on the very top floor. There were no books up there, but the view was breathtaking. Wow, okay, can you show us how to get up there? I'll be happy to, young miss, but I haven't reached the top floor again since. This can be complicated. This can be a complicated place, I'm afraid. Although I can show you what I know, please follow me. Ah, here we are. This looks like more like the basement than the top floor. Yes, it's just the basement, but let me regale you a moment. It was a normal morning many moons ago, and I was doing my rounds of the chalets. Reading the new chapters, feeding the spiders, that sort of thing. I was still half asleep and wandered into a door I didn't recognize. Before I knew it, I was rocketing upward and it spilled me out of the top floor. What? Before I knew it, I was rocketing upward and it spilled me out of the top floor. That sounds more like a dream you had. It's always a possibility, but I spent the entire day up there and my sunburn was very real. It had the most glorious views of the forest. I would never been so high up. I, would- I've hoped to find my way back there ever since. With the smarts on you gals, I bet you can find out how. I'm not sure that story quite adds up, but it's the only lead we have. Let's look around and see what we can find, Carto. Interesting. Mother's Reach. The strength of a tree is measured by the growth of its root, as they say in the wildwood, and the mother tree is the strongest of them all. When fully grown, the mother tree's root system extend across the entire world deep underground. This growth process takes roughly 1,000 years, based on the sapling used to spur her regrowth. Root. Now, where was that door? No, 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 no. Well, the door was I can't read. Well, the door was allegedly in this room, but clues could be anywhere. Message in a beetle. The spotted sand beetle wove its way through the burning desert sand on assignment from Captain of the Water Seekers. It bore a message that a new oasis had been found, that it was time for the rest of the tribe to join the Seekers. This particular species of beetle could absorb the harsh rays of the sun, channeling them into energy to power its sand-shoveling mandibles. Its natural predators, including the prancing asp, the luminescent fox, and the poisonous tarantula, but it evaded them all. The beetle arrived just in time as the tribe's water supply dwindled and enjoyed a reward of candy cactus nectar for its troubles. Good for you. A rarely seen door allowed a scant few story tenders access to the observation deck. Someone scrawled a message across the page. The top floor is real and I've found a way there. I don't have enough space to fully explain, but this should get started. Good luck, future story tender. Small scroll of paper flutters down. Oh. Okay, another one that requires me to take a picture. Okay, I get it. I get it. So, something in the middle is this one. And then this is can be anything. Can be anything. Wait, what? Right. Like this and like this and like this. No, this one. This one can be down here. This one. Nice. Interesting. But I'm not complaining. Okay, let's read. The little cartographer. The little cartographer had just barely missed her granny at the iceberg, but she knew she was close. All she had to do now was to find somewhere tall enough to get above the clouds. They headed back to the story chalet, short as it was, or was it? Dun dun dun! Da 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 da! Husky business. The first settler of the iceberg was merely a child, lost and adrift at sea, separated from his people. Upon his arrival, a pack of huskies took great interest in him and nurtured him as one of their own. They taught him how to hunt, communicate with the other dogs, and keep himself warm. The settler swore that he would find a way for the future generation to have the support of huskies whenever they were needed. Neverwinter naps. Another legend of the iceberg involves a miraculous drink called Neverwinter. Created by a mixture of several types of ice, locals or local herbs, Neverwinter puts its drinker into a deep hibernation. In this way, they can sleep through the winter safely until being awoken by the first light of spring. The recipe has been lost to time. The recipe has been lost to time, though local mixologists are always experimenting, hoping to rediscover it. Man, I wish that would happen. Hello? That's the door. You found it. Let's go. Woo, come on, Kato. Yes. Ooh, that's a tree. A huge tree. Whoa, I've never been this high up. Is anyone else dizzy? My, it's just as magnificent as I remember. And would you get a load of that tree? Though I'm sorry, girls, it looks like we're still below the clouds, even up here. Don't worry, Carto. We just needed to get a bit higher. How about on top of that enormous tree? It's hard to tell, but it looks like it goes even higher up than we are now. And maybe it's still growing? I would say it was worth a try. I'm going to stay here and enjoy the view for a bit. Who knows when I'll find my way back here again. Thanks for the help, Mr. Story Tender. Come on, Kato. Let's make like a tree and visit that tree. Ancient typewriter ink. This ink looks a little bit sad. Ancient typewriter ink. This ink looks a little bit funny. Ancient typewriter ink. This ink looks a little bit dramatic. What is this? Ready to go? Nah. And would you know it, I forgot my sunscreen. Oh well, burn baby burn. Okay, let's go. And thank you for helping me find this place. I would never forget it again. Time for some elevator action. Hmm. Oh! Hello? How can that giant tree grew this quickly? Welcome, beardless messengers. Mother's been expecting you. He told me to gather everyone here that the time for our family has come. It all comes full circle. Mother said to thank you for your help in her rebirth. And now it's time for her to help you. You may enter her embrace. Lend Mother the energy of the land and she will take you where you want to go. This place is so cool, Carto. Are these your friends? They look pretty tough. Can I hug the bear? Please tell me I can hug the bear. Oh, I can. Yes. Ah, it melted my very cold and frigid heart. Oh my god. Will we have the ultimate map one day? I hope so. A very fast tree. You're right, you're right. Phew. It can get kinda hot out here when you're as furry as us. Good thing Mother keeps us cool with her shade. Hello there. If you think Mother is impressive now, you should see her when she's fully grown. Chirp's getting the hang of this watcher thing. Woot! Vulture soars high. You will go higher. Enter Mother. Isn't Mother marvelous? Chirp's sapling must have been so special to make her grow this quickly. Ah. Okay, let's go. We better head inside that tree. Gonna hug the bear again one last time. Oh. Okay, let's go. Are you ready to head up? This is so exciting. Yes. To the treetops. Oh my god. This is some... Is that my island by chance? Oh my god, Shannon. Be careful. Unreal. Unreal. Okay. Are we finally high up enough? It looks like the clouds are still above us. Hmm. Let me have a look around. Maybe we can spot somewhere even taller than this. You can see the whole world from up here and it almost looks like a map. Oh my god. Ooh, what are you doing? This is so exciting. You're holding such a You're holding such a big pieces of the map. Are you putting everything together? Uh-huh. Connect every piece of the map. Yo, okay. Okay, final puzzle. Okay, let me see if I can do this or not. Okay. Okay, let's take this to water map. The ultimate map. You're right, Nero. You're right. We are making the ultimate map. I forgot about this. I forgot about this. Okay, one final try. I'm such a kid. I'm such a kid. Oh my god. Okay. Oh god. Wait. Oh no. Okay, wait. Aw, too bad. We can't. I already forgot. Oh well, whatever. Ooh, that was my island way out there now. What? That was my island way out there. Wow. Ooh. So that was the right way to do it. Interesting. Okay, and this one. Hmm. The poor kid is isolated from the village. Hmm. Oh, that's the grassland we first sailed to. It feels like forever ago. Ooh. We are finally reaching the ultimate map. Okay, okay. Interesting, interesting. Okay, let's see if we can do this or not. Let's make a donut. Why don't we? That's the forest all around us. Do you feel that rumbling? Completed map. What? The story chalet. Hi, Mr. Story Tender. Interesting. Is that the desert you travel to? It's enormous. Oh my god. The lava. Who cares about the people living on this island, right? I don't care if they are getting segregated or not. Can you imagine living on this island and then suddenly the ground shake up? You were separated. But that rumbling is getting stronger. Is it going to erupt again? Okay, final one. This is going to be quite the challenge. Okay. So let's start with the central one. Can fit that. Where is the ice one? Can fit the ice one here. No, we can't. Here. No, we can't. Interesting. Hmm, 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 hmm. Hmm. Interesting, interesting. Oh, okay. I really miss those iceberg pops. But Carto, that rumbling is getting serious. Carto, what sorcery are you doing? Whoa, what's happening? Hold on. That is so unrealistic. You you would have fallen, Carto. You would have fallen. Oh, I can control. Okay. You did it, Carto. We are above the clouds. Can you see your granny? Your granny must be close by. Yeah, okay. Granny! Okay, then what? What am I supposed to do here? Hello? Granny. Granny! Now did you learn your lesson? Granny! Carto, my sweet. I knew we'd find each other, dear girl. It was only a matter of time. Or should I say, a mapper? You've been so resourceful to track me here, and you found all the pieces of our map. A true master cartographer, just like your granny. And who's your companion? Hello, ma'am. I'm Shannon. I would say I've heard so much about you, but Carto is a little on the quiet side. She's the best, though. She's taught me so many things. We've been to so many cool places, and I want to hear all about them, child. But now that we're all together, why don't you show me a few? But why don't you show me a few firsthand? We can take the airship and we'll use the map that you girls recovered. You can introduce me to some of your new friends and take me to your favorite spots. Shannon, thanks. I would love to join. Now lead the way, Carto. Yes, Shannon. Join our family. Join us. The bear. I can see why you wanted me, blah blah blah. Why? Thank you, ma'am. It's good to see you again. I was talking to the bear, you laughed. That makes so much sense. But it's nice to see you again too, Lampa. Chirp is so confused. I'm just so glad that we're both back with our precious girls. You said it, sister. What a little slice of heaven this is. Okay, I can't read this. This is too fast for me to read. Well, that is Carto. It's it took me 4 hours in this session. I could have easily split this stream into another one next week, but I could have sworn we were reaching the end of of the game, meaning I can finish this game within 2 hours. But turns out I was severely underestimating the length of the game. Um, yeah, if you are interested in getting this game, it is, um, I think, it is on sale right now on Steam. Is it? Is it on sale? No, it's not. uh, I think it was on sale a few days before. Yeah, be sure to wishlist this game, even though this game was released on like what 2020. That is like 3 years ago. But even though it's a game from 3 years ago, I still enjoy it very much. The art style is very unique. It has a very painterly quality to it, and I am very much interested in games that are artistically distinct from other games. I mean, in the first time I've played this game, I am gushing at how beautiful the graphics are. Not in such a way that it is very realistic or something like that, but it's the texture of the um the I want to say the the painterly effect of the game, the artwork. It's like someone painted it on a traditional media and then digitize it. Oh, come on, you didn't adopt Shannon. Okay, this just show that Granny can simply pick us up on a low clearing area. Granny is such Granny could have picked us up much early on, but Granny said, "Nope, you need to fix this game. Sorry, not fix this game. You need to fix this mess that you've made." Oh yeah, this game is on Humble Bundle. I forgot about that. I think if you are getting the game on Humble Bundle, do you do um a certain portion of the revenue will get sent to some charity, if I'm not mistaken. I'm not even sure. I even bought this game at a discount, so at a sale. So I'm not even exactly sure if it's gonna be true or not. You'll just have to find it yourself in the Humble Bundle store. It's such a cute game. You are entirely correct, Nero. I highly agree. Do you think that's gonna be? Oh wait, I forgot. We have the message in a bottle, right? Did we ever send it? I don't know. I'm guessing there's a lot of optional things that we can do in this game. We do have those secret map piece in the game, but I'm not even sure where to find every single one of them. But if you are interested to see all of the hidden pieces, extra content, I'm sure you guys can see. Look at this. This is such a beautiful composition. Shannon, what's this? Dear Shannon, it's nice to be back with Granny, but I miss you lots. The skies have been beautiful. It's only been a week, but we've already seen so many amazing new things. We've even made it through another storm. We are prepared for anything now. Thank you for being such a great friend to me. I hope you find I hope you find wherever you're meant to be, and I'm sure I'll see you there soon. Also, you won't believe what I found hiding in on the airship. One of the iceberg pups smuggled aboard. Good thing she likes seafood stew. Anyway, we all miss you. Write me back when you can. Love, Carto. How can Shannon send the reply? Ah, Carto, I miss you too. No. Huh? Oh, where did you come from? Good girl. Can you imagine just how lonely Shannon is? The end. Oh, that's lovely. So that's Carto. And we've reached the 4 hour mark. Exactly. Interesting. Woo! Chapters mode unlock. Now, when you start a new game, you can either start from the beginning or choose any chapter to begin on. Secret? There's a secret. Ah, so yeah. So this is the secret that I am talking about, right? So clearly there is the grassland, the whatever it is, the volcano, and the ice. Clearly, clearly I didn't manage to get all of them, but yeah. Um, if you're interested, do support the developers and buy it. But I guess that's it. That's it for me for today. Um, yeah, I 9 hours, 9 hours total of me playing this game. So it's it's quite a lot actually for a puzzle game of this size. It's quite a lot, and there are a few puzzles that are a little bit of a head scratcher on its own. So yeah, I'm so glad I have the help of Nero in my chat for helping me nudge me in a correct way. Otherwise, I would be here for a very long time, to be honest. Um, but yeah, that's it for me today. If you are shoot, I forgot to update my VOD channel again on YouTube. But whatever. Yeah, I if you are watching this on YouTube, I'll be sure to link to the Steam store or Humble Bundle store where you can get this game. And if you can, do buy it. I highly recommend it. Um, yeah, if you're interested, do buy it. And thank you for watching. if you are watching this till the end, from the first stream till this final stream, I really do appreciate it. Um, yeah. As for tomorrow, um, I'm not sure. I'm not planning on playing Hades again. Ah, gosh, I don't know. I don't know what I want to play next, but we'll see. We'll see how it goes tomorrow. But for now, I want to sign off. I want to say thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you in the next stream. Goodbye.